It's Wednesday, November the 15th, 2023. My name is Aleksander Sikora. I hereby officially open the second day of the 13th Mazovia Development Forum. I welcome you from the off-stage. We'll hear a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge, from experts who will appear on this stage. We'll also be joining the main stage. I know that you are joining us on YouTube and Facebook. I encourage all of you who are here personally or online, please join us. I'm pleased to welcome all the people present. In a moment we'll invite our speakers, but that will come in a moment because the official part hasn't finished yet. The Mazovian unit of EU programs is the organizer of this event, and the representation of the European Commission, Mazovian Marshal, and the Minister of Regional Development are the sponsors or the patrons of this event. We've had many important events yesterday. We've got to know the leaders of EU funds implementation. Before we start the debate at 10:30, there's a whole list of arguments why you should be joining us. We are here for you until 3:30. This is when the interactive space will close, co-created by our partners. Yesterday I had an opportunity to experience how well they prepared to this 13th edition of our forum, presenting their expertise and knowledge. What's important during this event, they represent many different units of local authorities, NGOs. It's a great opportunity to get to know the results of EU investments, EU projects. They are all around us. Sometimes we are not aware that we walk past things that are very strongly rooted in the EU. Hence this year's hashtag of EU. I encourage you to visit the EU projects implementation unit, where you will see a photo exhibition presenting the projects. I encourage you to participate in a competition, Tropes of Europe. It's very easy. You just need to pick up a special game card and then collect 20 different stamps visiting our partner stands. There's lots of opportunities there. Maybe some of you had an opportunity to try your hand in the game. To others, I don't want to reveal any more details because you just need to do it yourself. And it's really worthwhile. I'd like to remind you that the debates are taking place in two spaces: the off stage, where we are now, and the main stage. My colleague Monica Richardson is the host of the main stage. Please visit that stage. You can also use your headsets for interpretation. You can listen to the debate in Polish and English. It's now 10:19. In 11 minutes, I would like to invite you to the first debate. So we'll see each other in just a few minutes when we will be starting the first debate.
Dzień dobry Państwu, Aleksander Sikora.
Hello, I'm Aleksander Sikora. Once again, welcome to the offstage. I'm really moved because, or touched, because as I've looked at the topics to be discussed, those topics concern all of us, both here, on site and online. I'm happy that there's so many of you. The first topic concerns our mental health. A lot of questions, I hope even more answers, will be provided by those who will participate in the discussion. How to handle the pressure of living in a society, how to handle the pace of contemporary life. Let's move on to the subject of our debate. I have the great pleasure to introduce the debate, which will be hosted by Mrs. Szybowicz, the president of the You Can't See Me Foundation. Mrs. Łazarewicz will be the first speaker of the Warsaw Medical University. Thank you for the applause. With us is also Agnieszka Zawadzka-Jabłonowska, the Director of Coaching and Mentoring Center of the Leon Koźmiński University. I won't take up any more of your precious time. I'll be happy to listen to your very topical discussion. Welcome to our mental health panel. We'll discuss how not to go crazy and how to help yourselves in this contemporary world. Mental welfare is a fairly new notion in Poland. We can't really use it and we can't take care of ourselves to ensure the balanced welfare in our lives. Because we want to be good employees, good partners and awesome parents. In our roles, we identify ourselves by our work. It is because work provides financial security. It enables us to achieve our dreams. Work is a source of satisfaction. If it's not, what should we do to make sure that it is? According to a national Netherlands report, 76% of respondents said that stress is a source of mental issues. A lot of people also see burnout, themselves as burned out. As part of campaign, one of the most common issues among employees is burnout, which affects 85% of respondents. Another issue is depression, 78% of respondents, and 60% of respondents said that they have nervous issues. Overticking is also increasingly common. We keep on pondering on situations, we can't handle it. And the issue of mental health is not only the issue for the person who is affected by this problem, but it also has an economic dimension. 1.3 million sick leaves were granted to persons due to mental health issues, and it accounted for 23.8 million days, and said it affects the economy and the employers. So how not to get crazy in contemporary world, we'll discuss with Magdalena Łazarewicz and Agnieszka Zawadzka-Jabłonowska. And I will host this debate. Dear ladies, we will divide our panel into 4 sections. We don't have too much time. Let's start with section number 1, psychology of contemporary life. Let's start with Dr. Łazarewicz. What are the challenges that we face in our daily lives? Well, the pressure of contemporary lives are the major challenges. We also need to handle our physiology, which is not adjusted to what we do. We are always stimulated as if we were attacked by a direct threat, like a ancient tiger or another animal. Our bodies didn't adjust so quickly as we did to civilization threats. Hence, increased levels of adrenaline and cortisol lead to enduring changes in our bodies and physical and mental issues. As we try to handle this long-lasting stimulation, apart from chronic changes, we display changes in our behaviors. We take less for ourselves. The level of cortisol increases when somebody shoots as we speak in public, and we need to handle that. There are so many of those challenges in our daily lives and in more unique, difficult situations. And the combination of the risky behaviors and negative impacts on our bodies is the major function of the difficulties that we face today. What would you like to add regarding what affects our mental health? Well, I would agree to everything my colleague said. From the perspective of a psychologist, well, let's start with why we need stress. Stress is there to make sure that we run away and climb a tree. And the movement that we did climbing the tree to protect ourselves from the cave tiger unloaded some of our stress, but a lot of the stress may not be big, but all of this accumulates, and then we neglect the unloading of the stress because we sit 8 or 10 hours at a desk, so the energy doesn't have an output. So that's first thing. Secondly, when we look at regulation of emotions, you've mentioned behaviors that are not adjusted. We are overstimulated for many different reasons, and one of them is that we keep on scrolling. I don't want to demonize scrolling because it's not bad in itself, but if you put it in the context of our running around on daily basis, our busy, it generates overstimulation. So our mind never stops. And another consequence of that is that, I'm not sure if you have experienced that. I did. I have. At some point, I felt that I am becoming an automaton, because I move from a task to another task, and in between there is very little time or no time, or the time is filled with stimulation, with feeding our brains with extra information, but we don't have time for auto-reflection. We don't have time to think what I need at this time, physically, biologically, what my psychological, mental needs are. And we also stopped thinking what our stimulation needs are. It's a generalization for the purpose of the discussion, because not everybody does that, but these are the trends. Biologically, we have our temper, and all of us have different levels of requirements for or need for stimulation. If we talk about overstimulation, this means that this is not properly adjusted to our tempers. So we should make sure to stop, but it's important what we do as we stop. It's important to get in touch with your physical part, with your mental, with your psyche. It's important to ask ourselves what is my stimulation need and where is my overstimulation threshold, because then we'll be able to develop resilience.
As you have rightly noted, and experts on mental health tend to agree with that, we cannot separate mental health and physical health, because when we have secretion of cortisol, this does impact our physical health, our body, our mental health as well. But we're still not able to combine these two elements. We have secretions within our body, and that actually impacts both the physical aspects and also the mental aspect of our operations. I am a great believer in a holistic approach. So there is a balance between the psyche and the physical aspect of our being. This separation is a little bit artificial. It was useful in the past because it helps explain the world, but this, in my opinion, is an artificial division. We are a whole as an individual. So you did speak about somatic health and mental health and them not being separate, and then there is the whole aspect of our spiritual life. All these elements are very important. So when we are rushing from one place to another all the time, we keep forgetting about this, and this is detrimental to our health, and we lose ourselves. We allow ourselves to get too fragmented. We look at our body separately, at our psyche separately, and we as an individual are a whole. I fully agree with what you have just said, and I feel that fortunately we are going back to this holistic approach, biopsychosocial approach. And when we speak about quality of life of people in general, or of our patients in more particularly, we try to look holistically. So I'm a great believer in a holistic approach towards our patients and towards people. Also, when we try to prevent stress, we should have this holistic approach. So let us close the first section. Although they are all interlinked, let us move on to the next section, work. We spend most of our time at work. So what are the techniques of handling or mitigating stress levels at work? Let us give some tips to the participants, because that's what they want to take away from our session. Well, we already started to give a reply to this question. When I listened to other speakers, I thought about mindfulness. You are probably familiar with the term. You have to be present here and now. You have to be very mindful of yourself and of what is happening to you. As a psychologist, I usually try to move away from purely psychological techniques, and I try to speak about the simplest ways of handling stress. So, being able to sleep well, a good diet, and physical activity. These are the three basic elements, the three angles that gives us our mental resilience. It helps us to handle challenges better. And then on top of that, you can use various psychological techniques. You can practice mindfulness so that you are present, you pay attention to yourself and the others, and you are able to handle challenges, everyday challenges better. You should not avoid confrontation with difficult situations. There are also other abilities to deal with the physiological stress. There are techniques that help you relax, breathe, so that you are not secreting so many hormones and are able to handle difficult situations. So from your experience, what can you tell us what organizations can do in order to help employees to handle stress at work? Well, a lot can be done, and a lot is a lot being done? Well, that depends. A psychologist's favorite answer. Well, a healthy, balanced work environment. It's very important to try to build such environment. And of course, we can always strive to achieve this ideal. But working towards it is already something. And it may not be politically correct, but I'd like to say that first of all, I would try, provided there are resources, I would try to relieve my employees from excess of work. So sometimes it's easier to employ another person than to have to deal with excessive stress levels of the team. When I speak to CEOs, to HR managers, I always say that, and I often hear there is no money, we do not have sufficient funds. Yes, funds may be a problem, may be a constraint, but if you do have funds, if you can afford it, you should think about employing more people. And other tools that may not be as effective are training people how to handle stress. But it should not be aimed at teaching people how to handle even more obligations and more tasks. There is a certain threshold that we cannot go beyond. Something breaks within us, be it in terms of mental health or physical health, when we overload it with tasks and challenges. So this is a vicious circle in many Polish companies. So there should be a lever that we could use to slow this down or to put a stop to it. And organizing workplace should be our starting point. This may not be a popular view, but that's what I believe. Artificial intelligence, yes, artificial intelligence will be the future for healthcare sector, mental health, and also the other aspects of the health sectors. And employees of the healthcare sectors are concerned about being replaced by their employers with artificial intelligence. Employees are stressed even more because they are concerned about losing their work to artificial intelligence. Well, let me try to give an answer. This is a well-grounded fear. Our work environment is changing at a very dynamic pace, and we are not able to say right now what the future will look like in 5 or 10 years' time. All we can be certain about is there will be change. So we can develop our resilience, our mental resilience. We should look after our somatic and mental health in the best way possible. And I always repeat, there is no physical resilience without mental resilience, and vice versa. We can be more flexible, more resilient, more open to changes if we are physically healthy, and we have to be able to adapt. Adaptation is a condition for survival. Can you add something on in this section that's dedicated to work environment? Well, following on from flexibility and development, mindfulness, yes, flexibility is what I kept thinking about. And training. Training is something I would like to speak more about, also in the context of burnout. When problems of burnout are noticed, training should be provided so that employees can handle burnout better, but this should not be limited to training only. We should never neglect the necessity to adapt and change our work environment so that our employees are not burnt out. So we should always appeal to CEOs, to the top management, those people who are responsible for creating work environment, for organizing work. This should be improved before we burden our employees with additional training that they have to attend after hours. So new solutions, flexibility in terms of using resources helps us to adapt better to the future, and future is uncertain. Well, it is uncertain, and that's also good. It's cool, but we have to be prepared to handle change. Well, yes, it's good for those of us who function well, but those who do not have sufficient resilience, change is not so good. And I would like to be well understood, and I was concerned for a while that I may be giving a space for over-interpretation. Handling stress and training on this subject is not bad. I provide such training. They should just simply not replace organizing workplace in a good way. And if you have a boss who is using mobbing, training will not solve the problem. So we should always have a systemic approach based on analysis and a list of priorities as to what we need to do in order to resolve the situation. When we speak about education, when we speak about workshops, we should speak about the third topic, communication and education, when it comes to mental health. So what are the effective methods of communication and education when we speak about mental health? And preventive care is the cheapest way of making sure that population does not suffer from health problems. So what are the most important elements of communication and education, and what are the best tools? Before we start, let me just try to organize our discussion a little bit. When we speak about intervention, they come at different levels, the first, the second, and the third. So we have prevention, intervention, and protection. And I sometimes mention readaptation on top of that. So if we have employees who had suffered mental health problems and are planning to return from the medical leave, and such medical leaves are not very short. Indeed, we have over 23 million working days in Poland. So before we discuss that, let us build a framework. So prevention, intervention, protection, and readaptation. And going back to my question, yes, this is something that's very close to my heart. I work with the healthcare sector, and such framework is always very useful. And let me speak on the first part, the prevention and promotion of health amongst the youngest members of our population. So leaving the grown-ups aside, something that's very important for me, intervention should start as early as possible. Intervention for children attending kindergarten, teaching them about emotions, speaking about emotions, teaching them to adapt, adaptational behavior, handling stress, relaxation, meditation techniques. Speaking about mental health, what mental health is, that it's very important to set your boundaries. If children are equipped with such set of tools, they are able to grow in a safer way, because these resources are necessary for them to successfully face challenges. So we are building mental health resources at a very early stage, and that's important because challenges are numerous and their number is not decreasing by any means. So we are gaining tools that help us to handle situations, and instead of being a traumatic, difficult experience, they can be an opportunity to grow. So that's one thing. And moving on from that, when we speak about developing communication on mental health, we should normalize mental health issues. We speak about mental health, we should speak about mental health, the way we function from the point of view of our mental health, because this helps us to open a whole new space for intervention. Indeed, and let me pick up from here. The first thing that comes to my mind is a simple saying from the world of management: we are not able to manage things we're not aware of. If we're not aware of something, this something will manage us. So, indeed, resources, our mental resources, are very important. Many a time we think about our mental health when things go wrong, and maybe we should pay more attention to preventing mental health problems. So building resources, accumulating resources is very important. My research focuses on mental, psychological capital, hope, optimism, resilience, believing in your own mental resilience are very important. When we look at our environment and we think that expectations are greater than our capability, this is when we can break down. And stress is omnipresent, and it's never only bad for us. There are positive aspects of stress, but maybe we do not build our resources as a society. I have a lot of literature, including my own research for my doctoral thesis, about the fact that mental, psychological capital is very important, and there are many ways to build it. It helps our resilience, it gives us more flexibility. So we can develop our resources, we can attract support from our community better, we are more self-aware. There is a simple technique, it's called a body scan. You try to scan your body from the tips of our toes to the top of our head. It takes 10 minutes. You have to stop for 10 minutes. It can be done anywhere. It can be done on a bus while commuting to or from work. So there are simple techniques. All we need is to build our resources, and we have to learn how to self-regulate emotions effectively. You spoke about different forms of contact with the youngest generation. Our foundation, you can't tell by looking at me, prepares podcasts for children and for teenagers. They are available on streaming platforms. It has been prepared together with the regional authorities of Mazowsze. We have 2 minutes left. So the last question, 45 seconds for each one of you. How to stop, how to handle your mental health, how to take care of your mental health.
To już 10 sekund.
Well, I've already lost my 10 seconds. You have to be able to stop and focus on yourself. That's a great way to find yourself. So even if we are rushed off our feet, we should be able to find a short while to stop. Another thing, you have to start liking yourself. You have to be able to stay away from your mobile phone, to do the body scan, to think about yourself, to like yourself. Self-compassion is self. You have to befriend yourself. Think about yourself. So that's very important. And once we see that there are things that stop us from moving on, we should look for help. It's available. We can opt for coaching if we want to develop, if we think that things are not going too badly, but we need a stimulus. And if we think that something is wrong, we should look for therapy, and we should not be afraid to ask for help. Agnieszka? Well, first of all, we need to be willing to stop. We cannot repair something we're not aware of. So self-awareness. And once we stop, we should know what to do. Because if we just stop, nothing good will happen. Time is ruthless. It has been a very interesting panel. There is lots of distractions, but we tried to focus on this very important topic. So let's be mindful and let's be good to one another. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for this debate. Thank you very much for this summary. All this has been very important. So I will try to smile more. Ladies, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. The president of You Can't Tell by Looking at Me Foundation was the moderator, Magdalena Łazarewicz, a health psychologist from the Medical Center of the Warsaw Medical Academy, and Agnieszka Zawadzka-Jabłonowska, coaching and mentoring expert from Koźmiński Academy, were here with us. I wish you a good day, full of smiles and being good to one another. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, a teraz czas.
So now we have a time for a brief break. In less than half an hour, we shall have another debate. And using this opportunity, I would just like to give you a piece of information from organizers. Let me remind you that 3 minutes ago, we started a presentation on the Mazowsze Nomadic Institute. Mr. Kłusek, the promoter of the European Education Project in the region of Mazowsze, is there for you, so you should not forget that there are lectures in the main hall. Do partake of an opportunity to listen to these very, very valuable presentations. Thank you.
Aleksander Sikora. Welcome, 13th edition of Mazovia Development Forum. I'd like to welcome you from the offstage with very interesting debates. Let's move on to the next debate. It's both fascinating and scary. It's not the debate, it's artificial intelligence that will be discussed by our experts. Let me introduce the title of the debate, Artificial Intelligence, Opportunity or Threat? Will technologies take our work? The speakers will be Tomasz Sierac, the director of the Voivodeship Labour Office, Emil Kowalczyk, the director of Data AI at Orange Polska, Karol Kapuściński, head of strategic sales at No Fluff Jobs, and the debate will be moderated by Dr. Karina Małagocka of the Koźmiński Academy. I will now leave the stage and I wish you a fruitful debate. Let me just, on behalf of the organizers, mention that if anybody would like to visit the main hall, there will be a presentation on the Healthy Mazowsze project. Since I am very closely related to the offstage, please stay at this stage. So once again, thank you and have a fruitful debate. Thank you. Let me welcome today's speakers who were introduced. So let me just mention once again, we have the director of the Warsaw Labour Office, Tomasz Sierac, then a representative of Orange, Emil Kowalczyk, and last but not least, Karol Kapuściński of No Fluff Jobs. Welcome on behalf of the organizers, speakers, and myself. My name is Karina Małagocka. I represent the Koźmiński Academy, and we will discuss something less pleasant, but maybe more future-oriented than sports, namely the labor market, or how does labor market fare against artificial intelligence. Recently, I've read in a report that by 2030, artificial intelligence will bring about $15 billion worth to the market. Karol, can we see positive changes in the market in relation to the application and use of artificial intelligence? Well, there are very bold projections regarding employment and requirements regarding to AI. There's a growing number of jobs where employers require competences related with AI. Last year in the US it was 800,000 jobs. So what the business expects of AI is improving efficiency and spending less time working with improved efficiency. This is supposed to also improve employees' well-being. We'll see where it goes, but certainly right now, this sector is growing. We can see more and more jobs with which require knowledge of tools like ChatGPT. It is necessary that new employees acquire digital competences and use AI tools for their daily work, but the recent studies have shown that AI is not going to reduce number of jobs. Only 8% of employers declare that AI may result in cuts. But on the other hand, we have employers employing more people. They are looking for prompt engineers to make sure that prompts are useful for the business. So, as usual, there are two sides to the coin. Tomasz, which side is more visible from the perspective of Mazovia region? Are employers enthusiastic? Are there any positive changes in relation to what's going on? Or are there any threats or hurdles seen? Well, it depends who are we talking about, because my predecessor spoke about the perspective of the business, which is different from. But there's a difference between the business, high technologies sector. This sector is very enthusiastic to adapt these tools as quickly as possible for many reasons. Efficiency, improved labor conditions. But first and foremost, it's all about the money. It's all about the financial benefits of business. From the public perspective, it's a bit different. I'm looking at it from the perspective of an employer and as the director of the Warsaw Labour Office, but also from the perspective of a public employment service. In the public service, they are discussing it, but they don't experience it yet. When it comes to the behaviors in the Mazovian labor market, we've conducted a study. It was about the development of business by 2030 and changing qualifications and competencies, and I would like to focus on the latter because the report shows clearly that we don't know the pace, we don't know the dynamics. But the fact that the expectations of employers and the needs for qualifications and skills will change, we are all aware of it, or should be aware of it. And I'm talking about cognitive competences, functional competences, but also social competences. There will be probably time to discuss it more. But when it comes to the market itself, the markets in Mazovia seems to be very stable now and in the very near future. In Mazovia, we have the third lowest unemployment rate in the country at 1.4%. It's historically the lowest rate. For Poland, it's 5%. When you look at Wielkopolska, it's 2.8%. It doesn't mean that we can measure the market by the number of the unemployed, because there are many people who are excluded. When you talk about exclusion, we talk about IT and requirements that will be dictated by the market very soon. It's very important that we debate about it, because today we are already late. We should invest globally in educational processes from the primary school level up to through all levels of education, but we should also invest in capital of change, because it seems there are risks ahead of us. Right, so it's a good thing that we have with us Emil representing the business. Is responsible for data and AI at Orange. So let me ask you this. You are implementing these solutions. They are related to various technological changes about increasing data democracy. It's related with AI as well. So what changes in employees' competences are necessary, and will you be employing more or less people in the future? It's very interesting because on the one hand we looked at it from the business perspective and on the labor market perspective, but I'd like to draw your attention to one more aspect. We are talking about AI, but let us take a step back first, because AI doesn't operate on itself. It's a tool which is used for something, and it is based on data. And the concept we discussed is that we should shift economy to economy 4.0. It's about Internet of Things, data-based economy, labor aspects, data security, and it's the foundation for more and more businesses. It's one of the most critical aspects for the businesses. And what's very important is that today we can create multi-domain projects. We are breaking through silos. It's no longer possible to act in only one area. It also allows us to look at processes and the value chain from end to end. So when we start working on data, there's value generated at the end, because it's very strongly value generation, very strongly present in the market, and it's the most important. And whether there is what's behind, it's secondary. The most important is that we define the value and to deliver it. So we influence processes across the organization. We learn to work with data. We are based on reliable information. Right now, data is doubled in different places, which is not synchronized, and then we can get different answers using the same set of data. It's not the worst thing. The worst thing is that we take decisions based on it, decisions that have impact on the future and on our ability to achieve what we planned. We are also talking about educational processes, which is true. As we learn culture or ethics in our daily lives, also at work, we should remember to respect the data, because what follows is artificial intelligence. So reliable information is the basis for building value, and then we can combine technology and business together. Nowadays, physical assets like infrastructure, platforms, they can be located anywhere in the world. What creates value is creativity and innovation. Those things are unique, and we can focus on them at any place in the world, including Mazovia, because these things are unique. They seem to be not at risk from AI, because creativity has a lot of impact. To answer your question whether or not we are going to employ more people, let me put it this way. For today, in the industry, the degree of complexity is growing. The processes are interrelated. There is a lot of information. The information is very easily accessible. So for today, we are unable to analyze all of it. And the experts' experience is not enough. We need more. We need more holistic outlook to how what I am doing now, here and now, influences other areas of the company or the organization I'm working at. So to conclude, we want to avoid employing more people instead of redundancies. So AI is like a superpower which will allow us to achieve what we are planning to do now. So it's optimistic. There will be no redundancies at Orange, but employees need to learn to work with data. As far as I understood, creativity and innovation will be the key competencies. Coming back to you, Tomasz, what competencies should I be thinking, and everybody should be thinking to remain employable? So not only not to lose my job, but also to be able to develop. It's a very difficult question. Because you are asking about specifics. I would love to do it, but to comment on my predecessor's intervention, the perspective of 2030 is very short, but it very clearly shows that employment in Mazowsze will significantly grow by about 500,000 people. Looking at global values, it's quite significant. Coming back to competences, this subject is studied in a lot of depth. What counts now and what will count in the future is specialist knowledge, and very focused on specific areas, and there will be need for that always. What's essential is that we invest in the development of digital competences, that we invest in self-learning, self-studying, self-education processes, and we always underline that digital competences are essential. On top of that, there's a lot of social competences, which we've known for years are very important, and nothing changes there, but the priorities are different. What's key today is empathy, creativity, critical thinking, drawing conclusions, teamwork, project work. So things which both at our workplaces doesn't always work great. I mean, teamwork and project work. However, 2004, our accession, and the fact that a lot of us do work in the project, based on projects. So this generated change, but in the future, there will be more of it. So I think, I mean, I'm not sure whether whether there will be redundancies, but we will search. We will search for new people, other people with other competences. Let me give you an example. My predecessor talked about it. Let me give you an example. Recently, we had an accident in our car, so we had to talk to the insurance company, and of course it was a bot. And initially I didn't know it was a bot, which is interesting in itself, but somehow we couldn't reach an agreement. Says why I've called my agent and I told her I can't communicate, and she told me, speak quickly, then the bot will not understand you, and then it will redirect you to an operator. And this is what happened. But this made me think. Just a while ago, nobody spoke about or thought about these processes. Today, there is a bit of an error in it, but very soon these processes will be so very much developed that we will never know who we are talking to, which entails a lot of risks.
And what's your perception of risk and threats? What competencies, apart from understanding fast speech, are required in order for us to keep our job, not just in the region of Mazowsze, but also in order to fill the over 1,000 vacancies that we can expect? We are taking part in Mazowsze Development Forum. 46% of job offers where ICT or AI tools are involved come from the region of Mazowsze. This shows that Mazowsze is becoming a technological hubs, one of technological hubs. One of the recent surveys, the World Trend Index, carried out by Microsoft, took place this year in 31 countries. 31,000 specialists, including top managers, were surveyed, and they were to select a number of key competencies when it comes to working with artificial intelligence. And all of this is very consistent with what the previous speaker said. The ability of analytical and critical thinking came first, and then soft competencies such as empathy or critical evaluation of projects and other elements that are based on deep knowledge. And there we are concerned about being replaced by AI. No. 31,000 of respondents believe that in order to be able to effectively use artificial intelligence tools, you need in-depth knowledge and experience, which may give us warning signs when AI falls into prejudice or where there is bias. You can fall into the trap of fake information. These are generic tools, so we have to be very careful. So a human being is ranked first and is essential in order for humanity to use AI-related tools. And what are the greatest opportunities? The trends indicated by business until 2030 show that the first amongst expected changes is development of employees and investing into in-house training and gaining new competencies by employees so that they can effectively use the tools that become available. So reskilling, upskilling, these are also solutions that will make it possible for us to take advantage of opportunities. So probably we may not be employing new people, but we can transfer our employees and give them new different tasks. And other thing that is very closely connected to business, this is the progressive automation of processes. So those things that are most tedious, that we have to carry out every day, can be carried out by artificial intelligence. So the artificial intelligence would not replace us. However, it will assist us with the most tedious tasks, freeing our resources to focus on more creative, analytical work that cannot be performed by generic tools. And all the repetitive, tedious work can be transferred to our artificial intelligence-based assistants. Indeed, so we need people. We may have to upgrade the skills. We may have to retrain them. Are organizations thinking about such projects already? And I'm directing my question to Emil. What investment in human resources is necessary, and how should we as employees look for additional qualifications and training? This is indeed a very important question, which includes a number of follow-up questions. We should all focus on our self-development and on upgrading our skills. If you're not moving forward, you remain in one place. And if you remain in one place, you begin to move backwards. So you may not remember, but when iPhone, the second generation, was launched in 2007, that was really a breakthrough. And the fourth revolution began in 2013, revolution based on artificial intelligence and data. And then last year, the ChatGPT was launched, a generic tool now available on the market. So this process is speeding up. It's gaining pace. Netflix needed 3.5 years to have the first million of users, and for ChatGPT it only took 1 day. So this is incredible, and it shows one very important result. The topics of artificial intelligence working on data requires space. They cannot be restricted to small tasks and small spaces. They are too expensive for that. So we need to think big on the level of the planet. So planet scale is one thing, and so we need to think globally in order for the automation processes to generate value. So in order for us to prepare today, we have to continue training, retraining, and educating ourselves. Training can give us a lot of knowledge, but we need to follow up on it, because sometimes we just finish a training course and then we no longer studying, we do not use the newly gained knowledge, and the information is lost. We become more frustrated because we feel, okay, we've learned something, but it is not applicable. I cannot use it, so this knowledge is useless. The market should be prepared to absorb things that we are learning now. And with artificial intelligence today, it's difficult to imagine certain things. We are not sure how many ticks of a clock it will take, how much time algorithms will need to learn certain processes. So we need to use a trial and error method to some extent. And if we have repetitive processes, we may consider artificial intelligence. But first we need to think, is it useful in our particular case or not? And certainly all the matters connected with soft skills, soft competencies, empathy, being able to work with people, taking responsibility for people, and ethics, all these things will remain in human domain. We also need explainable AI. We need to understand why a certain decision was taken by artificial intelligence. You spoke about your insurer and the difficulty of speaking to bots. And this fast speech results in switching to an operator, an actual living person. So these processes need to be controlled. There is also a question of IPRs. Who is the real author of a given solution? And all these things need our focus, especially in generative artificial intelligence that is progressing and developing at a very fast pace now. But there is this hallucination effect. So something may seem very probable to us, but it is still only probable. It's not a fact. And it requires a human being and experts' knowledge to distinguish between what is really true and valuable and what is only probable. We have very little time left, but maybe the other panelists would like to give us some guidelines from this whole wide range of available training. What should we focus on? What are the most important competencies? Tomasz? Well, certainly we should remember about the difficult situation post-pandemic. So candidates for junior positions. AI brings concerns that junior positions may be replaced by artificial intelligence. Online work had impacted that as well. So we should work with young people. We should keep reminding them what's most important when they are seeking the first job. So soft skills, soft competencies are the most important. Most employers are not looking for hard skills, hard competencies when they are employing someone very young. They would look for teamwork, being able to interact in a group, to create creative thinking, and this is what we should remember, young people. Entering a labor market is not an easy task, even though there is demand on the market, but we need mainly experts, specialists, top managers, and this very first step into the labor market is still rather demanding. So we should equip young people with information about the labor market and labor market's expectation. So just very, very briefly, a bit of advice: education, education, and once again, education. We are taking part in a development forum for Mazowsze, and let me mention that my institution has been an intermediary organization since 2004. We implement European funds, and for the first time we are focusing not just on unemployed persons. Most of our priorities support employers, employees, and all the processes concerning education, upgrading skills, and continuous education. I could not tell you today what should be the most important, but we should make informed decisions. We have quite a lot of funds available, and let us make sure that we use this opportunity to our best advantage. This is a huge resource, and either we do our homework or we lose in confrontation with technology. Well, thank you very much. I hope this has been very interesting. We used up all the time foreseen for our discussion, and I think we indicated some directions. Thank you for mentioning human capital. We have 500,000 potential vacancies. We know how to prepare when trying to enter a labor market, innovativeness, working with data, and soft skills, soft competencies. I would like to thank all the participants. Should you have any questions, we'll remain here, and it will be our pleasure to talk to you. And thank you very much for the lively discussion and for very valuable remarks, as well as for taking part in our panel. Well, thank you very much. I would also like to thank our moderator for this excellent discussion, and Dr. Karolina Małagocka, Leon Koźmiński Academy. A round of applause for our moderator. Well deserved. And the panelists: Tomasz Sieradz, the director of the Voivodeship Labour Office in Warsaw, Mr. Emil Kowalczyk, director of Data AI Network and Business Orange Innovation Orange Polska program, and Karol Kapuściński, head of Strategic Sales NotLab Jobs. Thank you very much, and of course you can still discuss with our panelists. You can share your experience, you can ask questions. So ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to make sure that you use it's very packed agenda to the best of your advantage. So let me just mention, during the breaks between the debates on the off stage, you can take part in discussions, presentations and lectures on the main stage. A lecture started 5 minutes ago, and this is a presentation on programs of Digital University Foundation, School of the Future, that is environmentally friendly. Małgorzata Widera is the moderator and she represents the Digital University Foundation. So thank you very much, and we shall see you very soon during the next discussion. Thank you.
Państwa, Aleksander Sikora, kłaniam się.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Aleksander Sikora welcoming you to the offstage of Mazowsze Development Forum. We shall now move on to the next interesting debate, equal opportunities for all, how to prevent and counteract social exclusion. This is indeed a very important topic, pertinent to senior citizens, adults, young people and children. So, and our moderator, I was looking for you. It is a great pleasure and a great honor for me to say that Mr. Grzegorz Nawrocki will be our moderator. He's a journalist, and let me now mention the panelists. Daniel Prędkopowicz, the Management of Projects Office Director at the Cooperation Fund Foundation, Aleksandra Smolińska, President of the Heart for a Child Foundation, and Robert Gajewski, the manager of the social economy unit at the Mazowsze Center for Social Policy. A round of applause, and let me now withdraw from the stage. I should not take up too much space, which I do, and you should use all the time foreseen to exchange your knowledge, to share information. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for coming to the offstage. So much is happening at the forum today, and it is very flattering for myself and our panelists to see so many of you here with us. The times are very dynamic. We're living through very dynamic times. 1 month ago, we could see a very dynamic change, and what is happening at our parliament is also very lively. But I did not mean just that. At your workplace, social responsibility, for example, is a phenomenon that has been present. ESG, many challenges that we shall be speaking about this afternoon demonstrate that we have to focus on what's new. There is many changes to look forward to in our daily life, in the economy. And you have probably heard about the circular economy, the pretzel-type economy that is shaped by the global factors, climate, energy, but also has some internal constraints such as social interest and the citizens and their rights and well-being. Aleksandra Smolińska is the president of Heart for Children Foundation, and let me just mention on top of that that in 2020 she was awarded the Social Work of the Month award. She developed support of networks of community support at those districts that need revitalization. So she's present on the front line. Daniel Prędkopowicz, it may be by accident that we are sitting in this very order, because you may be a sort of a hybrid. You are an activist, you animate social activities in your region, but at the same time you are also a director of project management office at the Cooperation Fund Foundation, and there he overlooks many projects that focus on the social economy and innovation. And last but not least, Robert Gajewski, working at the Mazowsze Center of Social Policy. He is the manager of the unit responsible for social economy. He also helps persons who are in the crisis of addiction, of homelessness, or that require social integration or reintegration. So we have a whole pyramid here. And let me start with the most important question: how to counteract social exclusion in today's world. And your declarations should be heard also for purely political reasons. A new government is coming. The wind of change may be happening, so maybe we should speak up so that we heard. So you are the rotational moderator. Yeah, we have witnessed some change, more change is coming, also due to the results of parliamentary elections, but we should not pay that much attention to the political change. We should look at the aims and objectives and the reason why our institutions were established. So, bottom up, we should look at the social economy, companies, local authorities, organizations. We all have to face demographic challenges. Our society is aging. There are more and more people who are facing various types of problems, not just related to disability, but maybe other difficulties on the labor market, looking after family members. So a diagnosis is something that we have no problem with. Yes, and we also have good solutions. Deinstitutionalization is something that is the hot topic in Poland, but also in the European Union in more general. So we want people to stay at their own home for as long as it is possible, even if they require care and support. So it's better for them to receive the right services within their family, their neighborhood, their local community before and if they have to move to an institution. And let me ask you, looking back at years of experience, can you say that we are handling, counteracting social exclusion well? I see a smile on your face. Well, yes, I'm smiling because it's very difficult to give you a direct answer. Are we doing well? Are we not doing well at all? Many organizations and persons are extremely determined to face up the challenges. And I always look towards the local authorities. Is this a complaint against those who either do not promote such efforts or do not create a conducive climate for them? Well, as a journalist, you're looking for something that is controversial, then would become a clickbait. But I will not fall into your trap. Well, that's what I said. They told me I should pressure you, so I'm trying to. Well, we have a new law on social economy, and there are other solutions that were implemented at the national level, but also the perceptions and attitudes are changing, and this is something local authorities should think about, because when they think of investments, also those funded from the European Union budget, and there is a lot of funds to be invested, we should not focus just on the roads and other types of infrastructure. There are also other needs. Do they understand it? Well, it depends. There are some local authorities that have very good understanding, but there is still a lot to be done. Alexandra, from your point of view, how would you assess the situation? Are we doing well? Are we doing not well at all?
Well, it's different. Sometimes we're going forward, sometimes we're going back. The most important thing from the perspective of NGOs is prevention. As I think about my organization, we are in the prevention field. We support families, we support children from the early age. This is done by day support centers. These centers are not very well known, even in Warsaw, even though there are over 70 of them in Warsaw. People don't know what it is. People think that it's a place for children to come and play, but this is in fact a place for children to come to learn, to have contact with positive adults. And with this relationship, exclusion is being diminished. We show them choice. We don't choose for them. We show them different ways and we support them that they make the right choice. Is 70 enough or is it too few? Well, in the Praga North, we have 9 which receive support. From the perspective of needs is a lot and not a lot at the same time, because there are problems with attendance, but there are also problems with financing. We don't have enough financing. We need to make sure to get funding, and then we can't do the real work. This is one of the responsibilities of municipalities, so municipalities should be doing it. A country fair is not a good preventive measure. On the other hand, investing in children is good prevention. We talked to Robert before we entered the stage, and by the way, hello to everybody who watches us online. The costs of negligence are huge. So today, investing in this area, even though we will spend more money, already today we can be sure that we'll get return on this investment and it will create benefits. Yeah, when you think local authorities, you are thinking a lot money, but it's also about planning, the diagnosis. Like Daniel said, we are doing well, but the world is changing very fast. Let me give you an example of a diagnosis and failure to act. Recently, on Friday, we received a report on energy exclusion. Something not discussed a lot, but it turns out 30% of people in our voivodeship have problems to ensure proper conditions at their homes, or spend a big portion of the household budgets to ensure those conditions. So they need to choose. I will either I will either buy medicine or I will have heat at home. Also, moving on, there are some areas in the region which are performing worse than others, and the question is why. And when there are few social economy organizations, so this creates a black hole in the map, and then you need to draw conclusions from that. A question to you as a representative of local authorities: are you able to precisely say how many black holes were put in order and how? In local authorities, we are looking at various phenomena and we are planning few years ahead. We set priorities and money follows that. And we are trying to implement some of these things and finance these things, but we can't do it alone because this should be done by local authorities on the lower level who work with people directly. So our role is to inspire, to tell them, be active, get funding from other sources. There will never be enough money for everything. Coming back to negligence, maybe it's a matter of change in management. Recent amendment of the Social Assistance Act stipulates conditions for neighborhood services. Let's say there is an elderly person who lives alone, and the person gets older, they need some support. So local authorities may buy a service from a neighbor. He will help this person. This is the institutionalization, and this service, let's say, will cost 1,000 zlotys per month. And if this person were to go to old person's home, may cost 6,000 zlotys per month. It's a simple maths. It's enough for 1 year. If there is no neighborhood service, the municipality will save 12,000 zlotys. But if the elderly person goes to the old person's home, the cost will be much greater. So maybe the money will speak to the local authorities. We only have 15 minutes. Maybe there will be some questions from the audience. Anyway, if all of you were to think what essential change should happen, change of awareness, you've mentioned, but something what should be the priority change in this area, so prevention of social exclusion? What crucial change should happen to handle black holes and prevention that you've mentioned? I think it all boils down to people always, anyway. And generating activity and generating co-responsibility is the most important thing, because money won't handle everything. But the system should be a machine which is resistant, because people have more or less competencies, have better and worse days. The system should be changed. Yeah, but in Poland, I think the system is not flexible enough, and it can't be set in a top-down approach, because we have social economy that's been there for nearly 30 years, starting with Equal, the first pre-accession EU projects, and only a few years ago did we adopt a social economy act. It didn't change, it didn't improve a lot. And most local authorities, most institutions, they say that the act, without an act of parliament, they can't do anything. So the act of parliament should be amended. Well, I think there should be more flexibility in our approach to changes in the market. If we compare social economy in Poland and social economy promoted in the EU, where there is no criteria, no stringent parameters for social economy businesses. Instead, everybody who wants to earn money in a responsible way, if they want to employ people who are threatened by exclusion, if they want to take care of the environment, they are responsible, socially responsible. And in the environment, which is responsible for about 10 million businesses, they make our world better. And people at risk of exclusion can develop. So where should the elasticity come from, or flexibility come from? Well, it should come from the market. We are trying to regulate everything, but our clients, our addressees are people. They are looking at who performs the service, who manufactures a given product, whether the factory pollutes the environment. So consumers should do it, and unless the government and local governments don't understand that they should respond to the market, but also the challenges of demography, we will not fare very well. Well, my dream is that NGOs be perceived as partners instead of laborers, because in many local authorities believe that NGOs should all be volunteers, so we don't have to eat, we don't have to have a place to live, and we just live on money, which is not true, because we work 8 hours or more per day, like regular people. And meanwhile, we hear that we don't need to be paid well. We don't need to because it's supposed to be cheap. It really doesn't change. From what I remember in the past, it was the case. Well, there is some places it does change. Some places do regard us as partners, but there are still many places which are falling behind, lagging behind. So I'm talking about amendment in the Act on Volunteers. One of the provisions is that the rates are non-negotiable, or meaning that they may not be indexed. So if we sign a contract for 3 years, I can pay an educator a fee from 3 years ago. So yeah, it's a matter of respect for people's work, even if it's called voluntary work. Social economy, I know the notion, but I wasn't aware that it's been there for 30 years. Could we say a bit more about how can social economy be a flywheel in the process of preventing social exclusion? Considering cooperative history, well, if we go back in time so long ago, well, yes, this is what I mean. But if we consider our country after the changes of 1989 and after our accession, we have 180,000 social economy operators or organizations. They need to fulfill several criteria to be called social. They need to reserve a certain percentage to the social support for their people, for their employees. We need to strengthen these operators. There is money in the market. If we consider public procurement from local authorities, we are talking about 200 billion zlotys that are tendered out. Hardly ever is this money allocated to social businesses or social economy operators. Why is this the case? Because there are few of them. Because they don't see the future for themselves for the reasons Ola referred to. They are being regarded as being less professional than ordinary companies. Many local authorities provide a social clause which give priority to social economy operators. We prefer, as local authorities, to do a large tender, find a company from another voivodeship, rather than to get involved with local organizations to induce creation of local organizations. Well, this is true, but there will always be people behind it all, because apart from knowledge, sometimes people lack courage. In our Mazovian center, one of the social economy operators is our reintegration centers that perform very well. We had 3 of such centers in our region, and Social Employment Act didn't order us to do it, mandate us to do it. It said that we may help create such centers, but we were courageous enough to create more such centers, and right now we have 13 of such centers. We had to invest over 10 million zlotys in it, but it was worth it, because now we know that we bring people back in their hundreds in few places in our region. So it's about being courageous or bold. We shouldn't be afraid of the regulations. We shouldn't be saying that the regulations prevent us from doing things. We should apply the social clause. But it's not very flexible. The officials are not very flexible, because they want to be on the safe side. If they spend money, public money, incorrectly, they will be audited and they will be fined or punished. So it's about being bold, about being courageous. You should support the officials. You should tell them you can do it because it's legal. It's a matter of talking to the government. We just have 4 minutes left. Maybe there are some questions from the audience. Are you bold enough to ask a question? Is there anything you would like to? Is there anything you'd like to pry more into? Hello. I've been listening with a lot of attention. I've been listening with a lot of attention to what you've been saying, and let me tell you why. I'm a mother of an adult son who's been sick with schizophrenia since he turned 18. I just want to ask you, are you aware what work can a schizophrenic person get when the person is 30? In which areas can such people work? I can tell you they can work in one of the fast food chains, or they can get to work as cleaners. And you mean that nobody wants to employ them? Yes. If it weren't for the involvement of the family, a young person like this would have major problems finishing school, being activated. You need psychologists, you need foundations, they do miracles. For very little money, they are trying to stimulate young people. And I think local authorities must be very courageous, and people who are trying to reduce exclusion. And I think there's a lot of work ahead of us. I'd like to thank you for the work you're doing, but still there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you very much for your question, because it shows the essence of social economy. Social economy organizations are places where people who wouldn't have a chance in the open market, they don't need to be limited to those two sectors. We, by financing social economy organizations, see that businesses are created in various trades, various sectors. They employ waiters, waitresses with mental disabilities. So try to address your answers to the lady who asked the question. Where can they go? What they can do to minimize their issues we've just heard about? As we've said before, there is the social economy support network that supports social cooperatives and other businesses. So local authorities may co-create social businesses or social cooperatives together with other operators. Also parents, if they want to create a place like this or create a foundation to develop a potential they find in their children, it is possible. There is money, and there will be money available for that. So this is where money is allocated. If a person wants to work in a different sector, if a person knows his or her capabilities, they can go to the social economy support center and they can get a support. Where can you find those centers? On the website of the foundation, you can find those places. In each region in Poland, there are a few of such support centers. I'm not sure if I'm competent to extend this discussion for 2 minutes. Maybe there's a question more. Right, so there is another question. We can't go over the time too much. I would just like to add to what's been said before. And there is a tool which appeared in the Polish market. Originally it was taken from Canada, the so-called support circles. In general, they are for people with disabilities. It's about work, starting with a person with disability, or it can be a senior person, or another person at risk of social exclusion. This method is described in general. It's described in the website of our Boris Association. By the way, we also run a social economy support center. So we direct this recommendation to all of you. Alexandra, maybe you would like to finish. So the some last points. The people who will come after the changes should invite those who are in the field for a discussion and have another look at what's left. Yes, you should address them. The parliament is being unlocked. they should sit down, the politicians should sit down so that we can approach them. Big round of applause for our speakers and Grzegorz Nawrocki, who hosted this debate. Thank you very much for coming in such large numbers. We'll have a breather of only 25 minutes. At 1:30 we will meet again for another debate. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a few moments.
Aleksander Sikora, moje uszanowanie.
I'm Alexander Sikora. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone present online and in person to listen to a debate on an off-scene stage of the. So I'll put a comma here, and we shall now listen to a debate that will end with a full stop. So Ewa Janča, the management board member for digitalization at Mazowieckie Brodnowskie Hospital. Good afternoon, madam. We had to reshuffle the stage a little bit. You'll sit on the right, okay. We've rearranged it a little bit. This seat is yours, and let me introduce our distinguished expert, Dr. Dariusz Gottlieb, a university professor and deputy dean of development and cooperation at the Faculty of Geodesy and Cartography at Warsaw University of Technology. Katarzyna Strzegowska, the director of the Warsaw City Transport Authority. And Dr. Piotr Czech, the port director at Chopin Airport in Warsaw, will join us now, as well as Bartosz Borucki, president of Smarter Diagnostics. We're all here, and all the participants present here in person and those watching online would like to hear more about the topic of our discussion, from chaos to apps that make our life easier. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. From chaos to order, that may be a women's topic, but on a more serious note, ladies and gentlemen, I have some numbers. Mobile applications, 2022, over 6 million mobile apps available, 6.5 billion users of smartphones. If we look around the room, everyone owns a smartphone. We all use mobile apps. 80% of time spent with our mobile devices is used to navigate mobile applications. We upload them, we install them, and we stop using them average 10 days later. We use our smartphones for over 3 hours per day. It seems quite a lot, because apart from that, we work, we sleep, and there are other activities that we perform. Revenues generated by mobile apps, $935 billion. So this is huge business. It's a huge sector that will certainly not stop. Apps are very diverse. I will not give you examples here, but we all know that all the things that we take care of in our daily life can be managed or carried out with support of mobile apps. Why do we install apps and then stop using them? Why more and more often we want to use apps that integrate data, that have a comparison tool? So what should we do in order to really benefit from using apps? What applications should become, so that we no longer upload them, install them, and drop them? Will the time come when we have just one or just a small number of apps that would be very, very useful? Professor Dariusz Gottlieb, would you like to be the first to speak? Okay, if I need to be the first one, let it be. We all have our opinions. And if everyone has got an opinion, there is probably not one answer. We will never have one best app, one best mobile phone, or one best vehicle. We all have our preferences, so it's not just the usefulness. So there will never be just the one app. However, there will be more integration in terms of components of applications. We want to be more and more aware of what these apps are doing for us. So I understand that we have no time to speak about everything, but I guess that we will aim at having similar interfaces and communicating using the same interface with a number of applications. Well, thank you very much. The Transport Authority of Warsaw. Madam Director, we have so many apps also for the purposes of transport. Yes, indeed. For public transport, we have many different apps, be it commercial or those prepared by the operators themselves. And we do see that there is a certain level of chaos in our sector. We would like to introduce some order here. This is the task that we, as the authorities of Warsaw, have given ourselves. And slowly but surely we want to progress, and chaos may be a women's topic because sometimes we're a specialist of controlling chaos, but it's very important to realize the numbers. Over 3 hours per day on your smartphone. And if we were to look at a younger generation only, that would probably come up with more than 3 hours, and they do not use their smartphones just to study. Thinking about trends, development of new technologies, and users' behavior patterns, we have to fulfill the needs of our residents, of those who use public transport. So we want to offer them a coherent system. I will speak about it a little bit later. And today we already want to make it possible for our residents to have Mobivava application as a tool that would serve most transportation needs. So you will no longer need to have a plastic card to buy your monthly or quarterly ticket. We are building a new portal for most of the city, for most of the municipal services. But I agree with Professor. I don't think a time will come for there to be just one app on our mobile phone. As citizens, we need to use many different applications. However, integration is very important. But it's important for different sectors, different markets, different solutions to be compatible. Thank you very much, Madam Director. And I would now like to ask Dr. Piotrczak, there are so many millions of apps available. We tend to use them for a short time only. So what can be done in order for a better order to be introduced into this realm of mobile apps? I think your mic may be switched off. Well, I was asked not to touch, so I refrained from touching, but that was the wrong decision. Never mind. In order to maneuver and navigate our way through the world of applications, you need to consolidate, you need to focus on applications that would make it possible for us to order food from many different restaurants instead of visiting websites. And if we want to go to a certain city, rather than going through websites of numerous hotels, we would like to use just one app that will offer accommodation. And I work at the Chopin Airport, so I need to refer to aviation. We deal with an overwhelming volume of data at our airport. So in order for the airport to function smoothly, a lot of data is generated, so we need to manage this data. This is why each of the services involved in operating the Chopin Airport has its own app. And through this application and through the user's interface, they have data filtered for their needs. It is also important at the end of the day to be able to reintegrate all this data so that those responsible for overall management of our airport can have access to different sources of data. So first we need a certain level of fragmentation, and then we need for the applications to be working with one another. And I agree with other speakers. I don't think we'll ever have just one app that would serve for each and every one of us everywhere. The world is too diverse. Bartosz, so how can we manage in the world where we have millions of applications and billions of users? Well, I think I'm inclined to say that, as with every technology, we have a certain cycle. A new technology is being introduced, then we have applications that are proposed, some of them die off, and others are merged into one. For example, the electric scooters. In the past, we had to have 10 applications for each of the operators of mobile scooters or the electric scooters, but now there is just one app that manages all of the different operators. So let me propose a step back. Maybe we should think about artificial intelligence and the revolution we are witnessing in this respect. A breakthrough event took place last week. OpenAI made a presentation, and these are the producers of ChatGPT, and they presented two breakthrough solutions. On one hand, you can train GPTs, so this would be small applications, a personalized chatbots, and the second solution was a marketplace. So we are at a turning point. So soon enough we will have many personalized chatbots available on the market for our own personal use, and then we are past communication from one human being to another and from computer to a human being. Right now we have reached a stage where humans are communicating with chatbots, and soon enough there will be communication between chatbots. So if you want to buy clothing, or if you want to make a doctor's appointment, or if you want to decide what questions you want to ask during a panel, my personal chatbot 1 will speak to your personal chatbots, and they will share the ideas amongst themselves. So one app, certainly not, but maybe one access point. I am not quite convinced that we'll have just one access point, but we're moving in that direction. Well, I have to admit that this is a rather frightening possibility. I have to admit I prepared my questions myself without the help of ChatGPT, at least this time. So can there be a bridge? We speak about integration. There is so much data gathered. In a way, well, everyone gathers data. We generate a lot of data, each and every one of us, and there is a problem of managing all this data. As there is a choice. Should we choose this data or some other set of data? Is this correct? Is this true? So is there some sort of connector that could help manage these processes? that would have reference to all the data. I have a certain idea, Professor, but I would not want to suggest an answer. So, well, I'm not a mind reader, but I think I feel what you want to say, as you probably meant the spatial data. I know your field of expertise, and your question was many questions in one. So an interface, because an individual wants the application to do something. I want to just speak to it and said, find the best way to point A, make me a doctor's appointment, do this and that. And an average person is not interested in what is the technology behind it and how many applications are merged into one. I am no longer willing to check everything in Google search engine, and there are such tools, and I do not want to advertise the solutions, but there are so many assistants, chatbots, whatever we want to call it. So as a person, I want to ask a quick question and get a quick answer. I'm getting off a bus, and I just want to ask a number of questions and get quick answers. Spatial data, well, everything is locating us. We are here at this point in space, and our mobile devices know it already. So this information about location, a good quality information about location, because we had chaos when the quality of data was low. The credible data on location and spatial distribution was not there. I received data from the Warsaw Transport Authority. I know it's credible. Then I get other data from other institutions, and I know it's credible. And now IT specialists and product managers integrate these products into one. And we just know that the data, the primary data, is credible because it comes from credible sources. When we speak about data, we say, well, we have a whole range of applications with maps behind it. We are now working at my faculty on mapping of building interiors, because we want to know better how to move inside buildings. We're no longer satisfied with just getting to a building. We want to know where to go inside. So, as with everything, we'll start with chaos, but then, as with all other applications, we'll be certain that we can count on the applications. I'm no longer downloading a countless number of applications. I know that the applications I have in my phone are useful. Indeed, spatial data, locating the mobile phones is important. I am currently working at the Brudno Hospital in Warsaw, and we are launching a project based on spatial data. A hospital is not just a place where we receive treatment. It is a huge undertaking in terms of logistics, and if we want to improve logistics, we need to know the spatial distribution of buildings, and we need to manage it. And speaking about this feminine aspect, well, a woman's handbag can either be huge or very tiny. When it's tiny, not a lot can fit into it. One credit card, another credit card, a ticket, and something that was supposed to be easy results in our handbags being filled with chaos. So when we travel around the city, we can pay for public transport in a number of ways. I may have a city card, I may have a ticket for a limited time, 20 minutes, 75 minutes, like in Warsaw. So in theory, I have to get from point A to point B. I expect for this trip to take 19 minutes. My ticket is for 20 minutes, and I begin to worry. What if the trip lasts 21 minutes?
So, Director, are there any plans? Is there a solution to this situation to ensure even more comfortable trips in Warsaw? Either you read my thoughts or you really keep a track on the information that we've been publishing. We have ambitious plans to organize the chaos. And I'm not talking about public transport because it's very well organized, and I'm saying that with full responsibility. I might not be modest of me, but really public transport in Warsaw is the best. When it comes to tickets and availability of ticket formats, there's a lot to be done. And this project was launched, and we are about to it will be big task because Warsaw is big and we have 1 million passengers, and there is a plan to organize the chaos in this women's bag. We decided to introduce a new ticketing system that will revolutionize the use of public transport. It will be absolutely intuitive, it will be user-friendly, and it will allow you to use one app to plan the trip and effect the trip without getting stressed whether a short-term 20-minute ticket be enough or not. Also, we'll also consider our faithful daily passengers who use long-term tickets. So our people will be able to create a user account in a central system. They will personalize their form of payment for public transport trips. And it will cover both long-term and short-term tickets. We want to use millions of pieces of data generated by our vehicles in the streets of Warsaw. We'll also use spatial data, which are very important for planning trip time. And with this, you will no longer have to think how much time you will spend, which ticket to buy, and the system will automatically charge you for your trip. But please remember, we have different users. There are some users that use smartphones for 3 hours a day, but there are also those who do not use online tickets, or there are also some who are excluded from the possibility to use new technologies. There are groups like that as well. So when planning the new ticketing system using new technologies, we still need to think about all groups of users. What's important is then we as users will take the decision. Do we want our ticket coded on a plastic card, on a watch, on a smartphone, on a pay card? Because both smartphones and cards, credit cards, we have with us, regardless of whether your handbag is small or large. We've analyzed all of that many times. Very often we hear that Warsaw has great public transport, but the ticketing system is slightly outdated. But it was a very conscious thing to do, considering the number of users and the size of our agglomeration. We didn't want to do it quickly, Instead, we wanted to do it in a smart way, considering various user profiles and with data security in mind. It's actually great to hear about these plans. I'm keep my fingers crossed for your ambitions. You've mentioned all kinds of devices, smartphones, watches, tablets. AI is very dynamically entering our lives. We are very often creators of data. We also use data, also when it comes to medical data. So if we could, for a while, move to the medical area, where security, certainty must be at even higher level than in our daily lives. So what to do to not to be afraid of AI, to trust AI? Where should we get the knowledge about AI? Bartosz, over to you. Starting with the amount of data and the chaos we want to organize. Healthcare is indeed the area which is responsible for huge amounts of data. As far as I remember, we generate over 300 million terabytes of data per day as a society. 1 terabyte is one laptop worth of data, so 300 million of laptop worth of data is generated every day. 30% of the data is medical data. When it comes to medical data, the main area is image diagnostics, because these the size of these files is very big. So the second thing is the quality of data. This is needed to organize the chaos. Even though healthcare is highly regulated, as you use all kinds of healthcare services, the description of tests, of examinations, is done in freehand. It's not standardized. The text is not standardized. So as healthcare professionals and as patients, we must somehow come to terms or handle this amount of information. Doctors are flooded with information, and they have less and less time per patient. As patients, we also have access to more and more data. Before our doctor's visit, we use Dr. Google. So the amount of information, the information chaos, is overwhelming in the healthcare area. And AI, as it enters our lives, seems to be an approach which cannot be avoided. First of all, it's multimodal. So it can handle data from text, from images. It is also able to see patterns in data that it processes. Now, if we consider that AI is unavoidable, considering the amount of information, if we compare that to the world of healthcare professionals and patients, how should these people find a way in the AI world? How do they know that it's safe? In smart diagnostics, we start with technology which originated in the University of Warsaw. It's a laboratory technology, but we don't know whether it works in the real world. We translated that into a product that works in real life, in the healthcare. There are two pieces of law in the EU Number one is the regulation on medical products. When we talk about not only physical products, but also phone apps which are to be used in the healthcare process, this is still a medical product. So medical product regulations were updated, and they regulated a framework in which we, as producers, must prove that we ensured quality and security. The second piece of legislation is the AI Act, which enters into force next year, which places additional strict rules for creation of data when it comes to data quality in particular, but it also is there to eliminate all kinds of problems which are entailed with this technology. So as suppliers, we operate in a very strongly regulated market, and we guarantee the quality of those solutions. On the other hand, we have users, we have physicians. How do they know whether the physician can use this tool safely, and how is he supposed to build the trust in this product? The same goes for patient. A very simple answer is to educate, and educate once again. Educate on how we as people can interact with AI, educate on where AI can make mistakes. We've all come across hallucinations of GPT chat. Education should be provided during medical studies, but we should also educate on legal restrictions. We've created a document as a working group on AI at the Prime Minister's office, and the AI in Healthcare group. We've created a document called AI in a white paper on AI in healthcare. It was very warmly received at the European Commission. It talks about AI versus legislation on medical professions, and whether medical professionals can use these solutions safely. We are building more and more awareness in physicians and patients, and I believe that the chaos is being slowly but surely organized. So we are looking at the main thing which can bring us out of the chaos, and this is education. And we also need awareness on the part of users, patients, and creators. Personally, I believe that AI in image diagnostics is the future, because we must remember that it's super accurate. We have a super accurate device that performs the examination. Then the result is displayed on a monitor, which is very accurate, but it's still a device. Then we have human eye, which has its restrictions. If there's a lot of accurate data, AI can support image diagnostics. I'm not sure whether our patients' trust or our patients' knowledge that it's supported by AI will build the trust. I'm also not convinced whether or not this knowledge be given to patients. On the other hand, under patients' rights, they should have full knowledge. So education, safety, or security. Is there anything else? In aviation, safety seems to be the most important thing. Well, they say that aviation companies are there to earn money, which is laid down in the law, but there is also one more provision that says that security has to be a part of our business model. I may surprise you or I may not, but AI is also entering very strongly the aviation industry. All the solutions you've referred to, so image diagnostics, is also used in security. All new devices that you might have seen at airports, perhaps you checked in the summer at the Chopin airport. We used the device by one of the manufacturers, and AI is the basis of the algorithm for checking contents of luggage, and then it defines or pinpoints dangerous things, objects. If the system is not certain, it is the operator who takes the final decision whether the luggage is secure or not. These devices look through the luggage layer by layer. It's like tomography. So it's applied to cabin luggage because these devices are small enough for this application. Also, for check-in luggage, it's been there for a while. The AI security system in Warsaw has been in place since at least 2010. It's very successful. It wouldn't be possible to process that amount of people without AI. And AI is not only in the security area, it's also present in other areas. You might have heard about development of biometrics. Biometrics is exactly application of AI to recognize our characteristic features and identify those features. We use ABC, the so-called ABC gates for passport control. It's biometrics to verify our characteristic features. It compares it with the features saved in our passport or another document. If the data is correct, if the data matches, then the system says, okay, you can go through. It's also about passenger service. Very soon, I hope you'll be able to experience at the Chopin airport a test where the biometric system will welcome you as you enter the airport. You'll be identified by your ticket. You will get a virtual boarding pass, and then, thanks to your characteristic features, you will be able to go through all the points at the airport without necessity to take out your documents and show them. Then when you go to a duty-free shop, you will no longer be required to take out your boarding pass. You will just see that you will be recognized by the system that Jan Kowalski is traveling to Washington, and the appropriate price will be applied. If you want to go to executive lounge, the system will know that Jan Kowalski can enter the executive lounge for free, or if they want to pay. And then Google Pay or Apple Pay will say, I approve this payment, and then you'll be able to come in. So AI is entering the aviation industry very dynamically. AI was with us even before we started talking about it. Unfortunately, our debate is coming to an end, so I'd like to for one sentence of summary from each of you. So, should chaos be put in inverted commas? Should it be just recognized as a sign of time? Or it's just about us living in the industry X.0 and we just need to learn to live with it? Well, we need to learn, and I agree that we should have even more education. You can't learn it intuitively. We should keep on looking at it so that there is no chaos in our lives. I am not a young person. I am introducing more and more things into my life. If it weren't for these things, my life would be a chaos. So we won't escape from it, and mobile apps can introduce chaos. We all know what happens if you live in a countryside where you used to see only a tractor passing by in the weekend. Nowadays you can see a whole bunch of cars traveling. So you need to learn to use your apps to avoid chaos. Chaos in inverted commas? Yes, certainly. We must adapt. We must learn new technologies. We must educate ourselves, our colleagues. We must be aware that the world is moving forward, and we must follow the world. We must follow the wisdom that people generate. What's very important is educating. We must educate ourselves, but we should also educate the users, the residents, the users of all kinds of services in urban or business areas. Because the worst thing that can happen is that you introduce something without communicating why you do it and what the opportunities are entailed by this solution. You should educate about the risks, educate yourself, and educate users who will use the single app. Okay, we have 18 seconds left. Okay, today nothing really changed. We must manage chaos. Chaos was along with us all along. We must manage the chaos, not manage through chaos. The amount of data we have is that we need additional tools, for example, apps that will allow us to manage the chaos. And when it comes to education, we must get used to the fact that in the past, we graduated and that was it. Nowadays, we must take the lifelong learning approach. Before we start managing the current chaos, there will be new chaos coming up. The apps, technologies will help us. So I would add on top of education, cybersecurity and ethics. If we follow those three pillars, we will be able to manage the chaos. So that's sign of times: education, cybersecurity and ethics. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. On behalf of all organizers, let me thank you once again. This debate, from chaos to facilitating application, was moderated by Ewa Janczar, member of the board at Brodnowski Hospital. We had the participants of the debate was Mr. Dariusz Gottlieb of the Warsaw University of Technology, Katarzyna Strzegowska of the Warsaw Public Transport Authority, Piotr Czech, the director of the Warsaw Chopin Airport, and Bartosz Borucki, co-founder of Smarter Diagnostics. Thank you very much. It was not a chaotic debate. Thank you very much for this very good debate. Have a good day. Thank you.
Proszę Państwa, a teraz tłumacząc.
Ladies and gentlemen, and to speak about what happened On the stage, there's been a handshake which was recorded by the cameras. It's Mr. Frankowski, the Director of the Implementing Authority of European Union programs, and your task is to summarize the debates on our offstage. Yesterday you said that myself and Monica Richardson deprived you of content, so now the floor is yours, but this does not end the 13th Mazowsze Development Forum. We have 50 partners and they remain at your disposal until 3:30. So now I give the floor to those who can offer much more content than myself, a modest host. Yes, well, maybe it was a faux pas on my part. Indeed, I said yesterday that I was deprived of content, but well, it's difficult to sum up all the debates. It's an impossible task. They were so diverse on two stages. This was the off stage with a different target audience and different formula of our panels. But as I can see from the last debate and also the previous ones, there was a lot of interest. The main stage focused on EU funding and related topics, and the very nature of regional programs is such that we fund many different sectors. So we spoke about transport, social services, public services, regeneration of cities. Yesterday we spoke about financing of business research, scientific projects. We had chancellors of universities here with us, and we had a debate on strategic topics from the point of view of cohesion policy. And not to forget the environment. It is an important part of EU funds for the region of Mazowsze. So let me take this opportunity to thank all the experts, all the panelists for accepting our invitation, for the contribution that they made. And of course, there will be a report prepared. It will be available at our website. Our social platforms will also let you revisit those elements and those aspects of our forum that you were not able to take to participate in person. I would like to thank all the partners, participants, all the exhibitors, and my team. Without my team, this would certainly not have been possible. So I would like to thank Agnieszka, Beata, and the whole team. The team is waving towards the off stage, and I would like to thank my deputies who run our office together. The majority of my team are women. There were some complaints about the composition of our panels, and they said we had mostly male experts. Well, yesterday I had a debate with all women. On the main stage it was a little bit different, but I've got 3 deputies, they're all women, so just to sum up the number, 1,400 persons visited our forum during these 2 days. So I must say that this is the biggest forum ever in terms of attendance. We were also watched by over 1,500 persons online through our social media. So I must say I'm very, very satisfied with all this interest. I would like to thank my team once again. I would like to thank all the experts, all the panelists, and all the partners exhibiting their work. I hope we shall meet again next year, and let me encourage everyone to visit our new website funduszeuedlamazowsza.eu. There you will find calls for proposals, announcements of future calls for proposals, and if you have any questions, do get in touch with us. We have information points in different locations throughout our region, so wherever you have questions or doubts, do get in touch with us. Next year will be a very, very busy, very intense year. A lot of calls are planned for all possible sectors, so we'll be in full steam. And thank you to you and Madam Richardson as well. So you've both been very professional. Thank you very much. Well, I'm a bit embarrassed, so let me say, Mariusz Frankowski, the director of the Mazowsze Institution for Implementation of EU programs. I do not want to seem unmodest, but if you remain on stage with me, just one short sentence. Thank you very much for your contrast, for your confidence, and it's been a pleasure to be with you on the off stage. I'd like to thank all the experts, all the partners present at the conference center. Thank you for the warm reception. Thank you everyone for visiting the forum. So once again, thank you. All the best, and we shall remain at your disposal until 3:30, and I hope to see you next year. And one thing I forgot, the conference center of Legia. I'd like to thank Legia Conference Center.